Alright, screwed up, I know. Really screwed up. Maybe a little echoey? Nothing I can do about that. Do I gotta turn the light up a little bit? I don't want to. It's a little grainy. It's a little grainy because it's struggling with the light. That helps a little bit. It sounds fine. I'm actually bald. This is the most I can tolerate. Can I take you on a tour of the internet cafe? I just went through all the work to set up this computer. The energy drinks? Right here. Do I get maid service? No. I mean, when I check out, they're gonna clean the place. Looks grimy. The chair is clean, the desk is clean. There's a little staining on the floor. Oh, my drink? Oh no, the drink's fine. I'm sure there's plenty of people here. As I was walking through the lounge, there were 2 people laying on couches reading manga. So there's at least 2 people. All these accents on this trip. It was the same way in Italy, man. Well, this is almost better than Italy. Because at least now, I think this solution's gonna work. I think it's gonna work. It's working now. Why is this not working? Nobody's feeding me, though? Well, that's true. I mean, Luigi's food was amazing. And there was a dog in Italy. But I went to a Chinese restaurant yesterday with Jen. I got mapo tofu, a medium rice. She got a set meal of shrimp fried rice, soup, and between us... Oh, and 2 pieces of fried chicken. And between us, we had like 24 pieces of gyoza. And it was 2,000 yen. It was $14. $14. That would have been... I don't know... at least 30, if not 40, if not $50 in the US. It would have been a lot of money. The funny thing is the website for the Chinese place, it's kind of like a popular Chinese chain, is like, oh, don't worry. Our portions are just right. You know, they're not too big, they're not too small. No, man, you guys give a lot of food. Who are you feeding? Hey, Grimzilla, thank you. So, I can stream from where I'm staying right now, but it's like, it's so unreliable, and if I try to download, like, anything, it just dies. So, it's not free to stay here, it's like, what is it? 2,000 yen, I think, for 8 hours? I mean, ad revenue should cover that alone. Hopefully. So, I'm like a mining prospector. What is it? Who's the girl we watched? Ayano? Doing her Uber Eats, and she's like, I hope I make enough money to make back my electrical bicycle ride for the day. Do I have my own room? Yeah, this is my own room. Labor of moving everything seems like a big cost. It's annoying to set up the first time, but now that I know what I'm doing, I don't think it's going to be that bad. I just realized I was playing off the OBS window. Gotta fund my sex dungeon. I don't think it's a sex dungeon. I mean, it is kind of nice, though. Like, I have a really big monitor here. I could maybe show you? I can only eat half a gyoza tonight? I might skip breakfast. The internet cafe, it's a scale. It's expensive to start, and then the longer you stay, the cheaper it gets. So it's like the first half hour is 350 yen, which is like 250, and then it goes up in blocks. Cancel the B&B lease. Stay here. I'll do it, man. Where are you gonna stay? Where are you? Where are you gonna sleep? You wanna sit in here with me? Like huddle behind the chair? I mostly want to make sure that you and Jen are taken care of. If you don't care, I'll cancel stuff. There's a stream. You want to spend 2 weeks huddled on the stained carpet behind me as I play Monster Hunter World or Generations Ultimate? Gator, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It's time for the grovel stream. I've already shaved my head. I just have to start doing like bows. I think I was gonna try and finish getting the Hyper Gypceros. It's not a bald cap. Nah, man. I'm gonna grow the top up a little bit for the internet cafe fund. Thank you. Honestly, genuinely. Thank you. So much. Thank you. Alright, we gotta kill... Alright, we are gonna try and farm up the poison dual blades. But it is nice, they've got juice, they've got a soda machine, they've got a coffee machine. I mean, even if you get like a couple drinks, I'm not saying it's like, you know, 1-to-1, you know, obviously you still gotta buy it, you still gotta pay for staying here. But I mean, it'll offset your costs a little bit. Start of the bald arc? I'm probably gonna grow the top out to like a 2 or a 3 for like clipper size, and then yeah, the sides will probably be like as short as I can get them. I've done various permutations of bald. I think full bald is way too much work. I can't imagine being a person that actually goes up and shaves their head bald every day. You want the hair back? Do you understand what a 2 or a 3 is? On a clipper? Just when I first shaved it, it was a 3. On everywhere. And now I did just the blade, and I think I'm gonna do a 3 up top, and I'm gonna do like a 0 on the sides, or 1 on the sides. Alright, Gypceros. This is you for me, buddy. Go full Krillin, waxing the head. Does he wax his head? Or is it just like shiny like that? I thought he had hair. Isn't there like a G, like a... Oh shit. An episode of GT where like he's got hair? Like he's got like blonde hair. So he was choosing to do that through training or style? Does he get hair because, like, Android 18 wants him to have hair, or is he just like, I'm not fighting anymore, these guys are too strong? He can grow more hair than me? I remember him having a very thick head of blonde hair in one episode. He's wearing, like, a business suit? Him and 18 are, like, on vacation or something? Becomes a male wife? That sounds like a pretty good gig. Didn't feel like keeping up. Is that what he actually says? Oh, I thought I was above him. I mean, he probably has enough money between him and Android 18 from something. Am I soloing up to G rank? I'm soloing up to G rank using only hub. It's kind of ass. I don't think I want to do this again. I don't think I'll ever do this again. Yeah, but once you get registered at the internet cafe, it is really nice. You get a little ID card, you just scan it, pick your room, and then you're good. Like, they make it so convenient. If anyone's ever visiting Japan, you just need a place to stay for a night, like, I could recommend most of these places. Fancy room. I'm glad you like it. I don't know if it's cheaper here at the Love Hotels. I'll have to do some research. I'll let you guys know. Oh, no, he did the one move that kills you. How's Osaka compared to Tokyo? So many more restaurants. So many restaurants. Can you go into a Love Hotel alone? Oh, I'm sure they'd let you go into a Love Hotel alone. I mean, I don't know. I've never tried, but... Let me be clear. I've never been into a Love Hotel. I've walked past Love Hotels. I mean, they might just think you're meeting someone. The only time they might give you trouble is if you're walking in with another dude. A dude on dude love, I think they give people a hard time. Pretty sure they give you a hard time. But not everywhere. Apparently, the more upscale Love Hotel, Bali, is very permissive of man love. I mean, it's not necessarily man love. I mean, it could just be dudes wanting to hang out in a Love Hotel. You know? I mean, you don't know. You don't know why they're going. Doesn't have to be for sex things. I mean, what is it your business anyways? Even if it is. Just friends being guys. Get away from the women for a bit? Ooh. Now that's a good advertising campaign. Girls got you down? Want to get away from all of them? Come to the Love Hotel with your guys. Spend the night. Hang out. I love women, but I could... Well, I mean, look, we all, you know, sometimes it's nice to get away a little bit. Right? Nothing wrong with that. I was walking to the Bic camera and I found there was another internet cafe that was... It was like Hamtaro Relaxation Cafe. And it was just a smiling guy with panties on his head. And it was like unlimited CDs, DVDs, Blu-rays. And Jen was with me, and I'm like, Jen, I need a break. And like across the street, there was like a place for like getting massages. She's like, well, I need a break too. I said, that makes sense. Should start the Hate Hotel? What is that? A place where you go and like fight people? So until I feel like the internet's really resolved, and I don't know that it will be, we'll probably just be streaming from here. It's not free and it's a pain in the ass to go, but I just know everything's gonna work. And that's worth it. You know, a good solution would be if I had a Japanese residence card. They actually do have unlimited cell phone plans now. But you gotta be a resident. So I don't know, maybe I'll consider asking. I mean, I don't think my Airbnb host would be okay to do that. But I feel like you should accept some responsibility for installing a 56K modem as your internet solution in the year 2023. I mean, you kind of did this. you kind of made this situation. That guy, I think he's in Tokyo. When I get data again, we still have some data. I think it renews on like the 3rd or the 4th. We got like 10 or 15 gigs left. You know, I've inquired about renting an office, but I don't think anybody wants to go through the hassle of setting one up for somebody who's only going to be here for 3 months. You know, they're actually fairly affordable to get a private office. It's only like $300 a month. It's a lot cheaper than I thought it would be. And if you need a virtual office, it's like $60 a month. So if you wanted to set up a business in Japan, $700 a year to meet your office requirements, it's not bad. They do, for some reason, virtual office. They give you like a mailbox and an address that you were allowed to use. Basically a P.O. box. The only difference is like a P.O. box is only there for mail, and a lot of people are like, well, you can't live in a P.O. box. And so, like in the U.S., like if you were to try to set up a bank account and you only gave us like a P.O. box, we'd be like, we can't accept that. You can't live there. Whereas if you gave like an office park address, that would be acceptable. So it's a little bit better. I mean, it's a lot more expensive than a P.O. box. P.O. box is only like whatever, like $100 a year. This is, you know, $100 every 2 months or so. But, you know, there's some requirement. I mean, you know, if there's one thing about Japan is they enjoy their rules. You gotta play by the rules, whatever they are. And they're fine. I mean, I don't mind. It's not, you know. I have yet to encounter anything that is literal like 1984, other than at this internet cafe, if you have a private room, you cannot bring the free drinks into the private room, the windowed room, the non-windowed room. You have to have a window in your room to bring your drinks in. I don't know why. I don't know if they think maybe you're like filling up like a 10-gallon jug of free drinks. I don't know what they think you're doing with them, that you're not allowed to bring them in your room. It's actually a really good question. Like, I haven't asked why yet. Can I ask the reasons why? Well, I don't want to come off as rude. I mean, I could try. I could literally say it. I do not want to be rude, but can I ask a question? I guess if I really prefaced it, it'd probably be okay. There's no extra like air in this room. Like, it's actually hot. Like, it's kind of steamy in this room. I can adjust the light. I cannot adjust like the AC or anything. No. Well, he poisoned me with that? Oh my god. Ooh, Jesus. No, there's no... It's just it's a door. I'm in a... How do I explain this? I'm in a box with a glass viewing window through my door. If you are exceptionally unhinged, you can try and track down where I might be, rent a room, and then press your face up against the window behind me. God damn it. Whatever, I don't need it anyway. Have I ever been recognized before? In Japan? No. In the United States? Yeah, I mean, at events. Is there carpet? Yeah. Like walking around the street? No. I'm somewhere between D and C list internet celebrity. Definitely not like A list. We went over this the other stream. It was like maybe like a week ago. Like there's tiers. All right, one guy said hi to me at college. Did he recognize me? Did he know me from somewhere? Did he think he knew me from somewhere? I don't know. Okay, yes. There was one time. So, an A-list internet celebrity is somebody grandma knows. Grandma might have seen a picture of Tyler Blevins, aka Ninja, on some page in the New York Times. Should be in Europe? You think I'm more popular in Europe? What? B-list celebrity, grandma won't know who they are, but pretty much anyone on the internet will have a good idea of who that person is. So, like Asmongold, pretty popular. You know, Amaranth, you know, Tyler 1. C-list is you have people that are well known in their genre. So, I mean, I could say like maybe that would be like me in Monster Hunter. Daigo, everyone who knows fighting games know who Daigo is. Amaranth is A-list celebrity in Turkey. Okay, could be A-list. Yeah, we could jockey the positions around. D-list is they might be able to make a living off of what they do, but you gotta know them to know them. And it's like Monster Hunter is like it's a popular game in certain regions, but it's not like super mega popular everywhere. So that's why I put myself between the C and the D list. No Psycho streamer. I cannot. Can't fail this. C minus. Yeah, I mean it depends. It depends on the timing too. You know, like when a Monster Hunter is out, you know, I think my status gets boosted to like a high C. Not the fruit, not the beverage. Although it is pretty good. Go to kick. There's a lot of people talking about it. I'm not. If I knew there was like a definite enough to compromise my morals payday, I would think about it. Looking good? Hey, thanks, man. I'm extra shiny in this room. My highest ever viewers? It's over like 2,000 something. The bad parts of the community. The funny part is the bad parts of the community, the ones that that like know me and talk about me, think I'm like a clout chaser. And that nobody knows me. And yet they're obsessed anyway. That's fine. I'll take it. The more you get used to it, the more bald makes me look younger. Yeah, thanks, man. Do you think he's up in 5? There's no way. I saw him flying up there. Maybe he went to 10 or 5 or 9. Somehow I look really young today. It's either the hair or the net cafe. Awesome. I did moisturize. Have I ever been challenged to a debate by clout chasers? I was on a podcast once. And I love and respect the guys in the podcast, but I rolled the entire conversation. It was intense, dude. It was a wild time. It was on a podcast hosted by Retro, and I forget the other guy, but Retro, he posts his speedruns in the Discord occasionally. It was just after the Turbo stuff came out, and I just rolled the whole conversation. My podcast now. I spent half the podcast explaining, you know, and the thing is like I got them to agree with me within like 5 minutes. And I spent a while talking about why that was important. And then we spent the rest of the time just talking about, you know, making good content in general. Because it's very easy if, you know, you're a speedrunner or anything like that to just get stuck in a mindset of just like, I'm just going to keep grinding out speedruns forever. And it's not like speedruns can't be good content. It's very good content, especially like it's great YouTube content, in theory. But you have people that become obsessed with this concept of like speed over anything else. And like this, like I think of Distortion, like he's an extremely good speedrunner. You know, he's got several world records. There's no question about it. But he's not necessarily getting #1 in the world everywhere, but people love watching him because he's entertaining. Which is almost, you know, a way, to me, that's like a way better compliment of people being like, wow, I like listening to you or watching you. More so than like, oh, like, congrats on being 5 seconds faster than the other guy. Nice shave. Thanks, man. I want to do Lion's Maw, I want to do Ground Slash, and then I want to use this Cheer, and then I want to Shake. I'm assuming Ground Slash gets all the damage buffs from Lion's Maw. Don't run. Where's all my stuff? Looking great today. Everybody's giving me compliments, man. Maybe I just gotta live in this net cafe. It's good lighting, huh? It was can I just say, it was a lot of work. It was a lot of work. I had to disassemble and reassemble my PC in here. Yesterday the lighting was bad. I thought the lighting was, well, okay, hold on. You are correct. You're right. No, the place I'm staying does not have very good lighting. But I bought a key light. I could turn into a ghoul. I don't want to mess with it. I'm not going to mess with it. Lighting is so important for cameras. It's unbelievable what you can accomplish with like a very good, just one light. Is being clean shaven making you look younger? Well, I'm not clean shaven. You mean on my head? Or my face? Get him. Your head? I mean, it's not. I mean, clean shaven to me is like you've taken a razor to your head. And I've only taken clippers to it yet. I've not gone full, like, barbershop smooth. Okay, we gotta be real careful here. I'm dead. I don't look like Scooby-Doo just now. They throw me out if I'm too loud? I don't think anyone's gonna hear me. I mean, the rooms are supposed to be mostly soundproof. We'll find out, man. Come up and start knocking on that door, dude. That's gonna be funny. Oh, that's gonna be a good time. Imagine the content. Like, I'm increasingly running out of options. Nice! Okay, this is gonna make our life a lot easier. You know, it's possible to stream from a rented room? From a net cafe? Don't use their computers. Let me give you a piece of advice right now. Don't do that. When am I streaming from a capsule hotel? Some of the cheapest rates you can get in the city. There was a gaming cafe that was my plan B, but it's like just computers stacked next to each other. And they have 2 rules. And it's like, we will kick you out if you're drunk. And it said, we will kick you out if you're annoying. And Jen looked at me and she's like, well, you're going to get kicked out. She's liked it, like zero hesitation. She's like, you can't stay there. They're not going to let you stay. No, the issue is that most net cafe PCs, they're great for like watching movies or like pulling up magazines and stuff, but they do not have the capability of running a stream. See a doxing issue with streaming from net cafes? In what way? I mean, there's a lot of privacy here. Is the issue? I'm trying to think what the issue could be. People could recognize the room and find me? Well, I only ended up picking this room because I thought the chair would be nice to stream out of. This chair is ass. And most rooms don't have a window. So you would have no idea what room I'm in. And if you started, I mean, you want to give yourself problems, start running around knocking on all the doors in a net cafe. If you want to try that. I think that is an extremely paranoid. Oh, that feels bad. I mean, you're talking about multiple floors with multiple rooms in them. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's so unlikely. First, you'd have to find the net cafe. And then you'd have to try and find them. And then what? Look at me. You've seen controversial streamers get doxxed by dedicated haters going for real estate listings? Okay, I mean, the nice part about the net cafe is when I'm done, I just walk away. It's just gone. It's done. And even if somebody were to find the B&B somehow, or the hotel, I would just, I mean, I'm just leaving. Yeah, I mean, there, you know, you always, obviously, is the occupational hazard of psychopaths on the internet. Absolutely. I mean, that's, you know, I'll acknowledge it. It's definitely a real possibility. I've been aware of that since I started making content. And I've definitely encountered my fair share of lunatics. Definitely. But the last thing, I mean, where I rank somebody recognized me in a net cafe and doing anything other than saying hello is a very low risk. Could a streamer this much travel to Japan to smack him? I mean, it's just like, is that, especially in Japan, like, is this the country you want to try and commit like a violent crime in? I mean, don't mind going into the legal system where you are guilty until presumed innocent. I mean, okay, craziest person I ever met. Like, met in real life? I mean, I've met crazy people. I mean, people from the internet are usually not that crazy. Some of them get like real mad and get like real bitter feelings, but like they're not really crazy. Mostly just lonely. Yeah, I mean, the the old senile man with Alzheimer's that was driving 80 miles an hour in a breakdown lane in a truck. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. From content creation? Like, viewers are like I said, it's like, if, for the most part, it's like, you have people that have some, like, really weird opinions, but I don't know that I'd call them crazy. You're able to log onto the website. Content creators especially, like, it's a lot of work. When I used to work at the credit unions, it was always like, you know, having come from a place that dealt with, like, actual crazy people, you know, it's not that bad. Nintendo Direct? Yeah, when it pops up. I don't know. I mean, it probably. I didn't know it was happening. Nice hair. Thanks, man. But you have to remember, like, I worked in a group home for, like, I don't know. It was a couple years, like 3 or 4 years. With, like, you know, boys with, like, real issues. You know, needed heavy medication and therapy. Oh, it feels so bad. So you're talking about, like, somebody that's crazy. I've never had anybody in real life try to headbutt me and then bite me after that job. So if you're not, you know, there's one guy, asterisk ampersand, noted developer in the Monster Hunter modding space, once wrote a public rant where he wanted me to die and listed a number of ways in which he thought I should die. So, I mean, that's a pretty crazy person. That's a messed up thing to do. That's really messed up. Like, I'd be worried if I was that guy, because, like, if he works in a professional space, like, somebody'd be like, yo, you're issuing death threats on the internet? Like, what are you doing, man? I'm in a PC cafe? I am, yep. Well, yeah, it's kind of like a PC cafe. Net cafe? I don't really know the difference. Keyboard warriors? I mean, you know, it's obviously, like, there's the shock value of reading it. But to be honest with you, afterwards, you just, like, you feel kind of bad for the person. You know what I mean? Like, is everything okay in your life? Have you gotten a hug lately? You talking to anyone in your family? Your relationship's good? Got any friends? Like, what? Everything okay? You know? There's a lot of times I will write something and then I'm like, you know what? Not worth it. I just delete it. I feel okay with that. Meadow is his friend? I'm sure they've got a lot of reasons why they wouldn't want TurboGate to come out, but whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, it's always just video games, right? Did he apologize? No. Saw on YouTube comments who's convinced his mind control devices were planted in his brain after an ankle surgery. I mean, that sounds like that's probably like some. And I'm not a doctor, but that sounds like mental illness. I don't know. And I'm not stigmatizing mental illness. I'm just that sounds like a something somebody who's like a paranoid schizophrenic might say. You know, I know a lot of people use that term lightly. I'm not using it lightly here. I mean, they think they had devices planted in their brain. You even say to a guy like that? I mean, you could ask him and get a second opinion. You know, if you're that concerned, I mean, you could try and pay to get a full body MRI. But I mean, at that point, like, you know, it's like, you know, it's how much, you know, how much is that going to help? Because the issue isn't that things were implanted in your brain. The issue is you think there's things implanted in your brain. I'm assuming the tail takes more damage than the head. Should have brimstone slash. Oh, I would have gotten hit though. We never got a mount with it. I mean, hard to deal with those people. I mean, if you know, if they're sick, I mean, it's sad. Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, ideally, you know, at the very least, what you can, I mean, if you are close to them, I mean, make them feel loved and supported. And then at a certain point, you have to hope that you can convince them to get medication and therapy. But I mean, you know, there's definitely situations where people are like, nope, like not going to take care of themselves. I don't know. It could be selfish, but at a certain point, like, you got to live your own life. You know? There's only so much you could possibly do. Can I ask something? You can. I don't know what the question's going to be. Don't know if I'm going to have an answer. Did I get kicked from Discord? Did you say or do something that would have gotten you kicked from Discord? I don't know. We don't really ban many people from Discord. So if you did get banned from Discord, you probably deserved it. Twitch chat, I ban people all the time. But Discord, you gotta be a certain level of asshole. You want me to check the moderator logs? I think we banned like 10 people in like the last 5 years. I don't even know where to go. To be honest with you. Like, I don't even know. Where's moderation? Audit logs. I gotta turn off streamer mode. You're pro China? Oh, did you type... There's been definitely a spat of people that were... Yeah, so there's 59 bans, and this Discord has been running for like almost 10 years. Yeah, there was definitely people that were typing like Chinese racism stuff, like a lot lately. And so if that was you, original Pikachu. Oh! You're the one that was like, I like trolling and getting banned. So we had a discussion and we're like, oh, we'll just ban them then. I mean, you played yourself. Don't get mad at me. I wasn't even the one that brought it up. The last thing I said wasn't, though? Look, man, I don't even know that I'm the one that pulled the trigger on that one. You can ask the other moderators when you see them in the chat, in this stream. But that sounds like, you know, what? Guy says, like, what are you gonna do? Stab me. Man who was stabbed. Yeah, I don't know that there's gonna be a lot of sympathy there. I don't know what do you want us to say? You told me something about being more funny. Yeah, if you're gonna troll, you gotta be funny. Otherwise, you just get banned. So I'm sorry that you have to find out one day that you're both banned and not funny. Today's your day, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I mean, I would be hurt. I would take that very... I would be really hurt personally. He told you after you're banned in Discord. Okay, well that sounds... That sounds like you have some personal growth to go through. And maybe in the future we could revise it. Jesus fucking Christ. This goddamn weapon. It's like not even that good. Gonna use that tonight? You were hurt, but I'm still loyal to the channel? Okay. You know, I think we make it pretty clear. Had you been timed out before as well? Like, we're pretty clear in, like, the rules. There's not a lot of rules. Other than, like, describing it. If you keep getting timed out or banned, maybe try following the rules to not get timed out or perma-banned. There's only 5 rules. What are you gonna do? Can't help everyone. I just want to know what it looks like and if it works on everyone, Fire Cannon. Like, I'm curious. So these are going to go up to 180 to get 5 poison. That's a lot of poison. Yeah, you probably didn't get banned because of the last message. You probably just got banned because of other stuff you said. It doesn't even seem like chat is on your side, unfortunately. And usually they're pretty sympathetic. Although lately, there's been an undercurrent of bloodlust for people that want to see bans. I don't know where that came from. It's a little concerning. Am I sure about that? I mean, I'm just telling you from what I've seen. I mean, am I right or no? I don't know. I think I want some sleep weapons, man. If I could get some sleep weapons, we learn it through me. I've cultivated a crew of bloodthirsty lunatics. We had to sift through that one guy through Sunbreak investigations after I let him live, and he just got banned anyways. It's terrible, man. I mean, you know, that almost says something about, like, the sort of person that would be willing to go through, like, maximum AR rank. You know what I mean? Anyone that's willing to do that. Although I'm fairly certain they were mixing up some cheats in their stuff. First day Game Pass? Game Pass exists for a couple reasons. It exists because a developer wants to make sure that they're going to get their development costs back, or whatever, publisher. So I get the sense that somebody over there is tickling Microsoft's butthole at Capcom to get Exoprimal on day 1 Game Pass. So if you think a game's not going to turn out well, you just put it on Game Pass. And then you've already gotten your money. So, like, you at least break even. Oh my god, that's too scary. I don't mind adding an emote that's, like, bloodthirsty, but not something like that, man. I don't want to see that. That spooks me. Probably think it won't sell on Xbox? I think there was concerns. The other time that day 1 Game Pass games, or not necessarily day 1 Game Pass games, but Game Pass games hit it when they've got DLC that they want to sell. So, like, they got some big expansions, like the original game will hit Game Pass, but then you got to spend like 20 or 40 or more dollars just to get the full thing anyways. I don't want it scarier than that one. That one's too scary for me. Why not like a pitchfork? I'm gonna keep, I'm just gonna keep going for like mounts until I could break the head. AR-227, you want attack plus and deco plus? Just uninstall the game. Just uninstall. How much trouble do you think I would have gotten in my favorite Sunbreak video if they included me if like my favorite memory was uninstalling the game? I remember the day that I freed up the 60 gigs off my hard drive. That was so awesome. When did I uninstall? I'm just being a little goofy guy. I didn't really uninstall it yet. I've got like a 2 terabyte NAND on my gaming PC, and then there's like an extra 1 gig SSD. Like I've got plenty of space. I'm fine. Yeah, not like Rise. I enjoy the progression, and what I mean by that is like building your character up. I am in an internet cafe. I will answer any of your questions you have about internet cafes. When I cut all my hair off, I was at Tokyo Disney, and the little like thinning spot on the back of your head. You may not have one. I got like a little sunburn there, and I said, you know what? Let's just see what happens if I cut all my hair off. How does it smell? This room smells like somebody had a cigarette in it before I came in it. Doesn't America have net cafes? They actually do have some. They were actually really popular like in the 2000s for like couch co-op gaming or like good gaming PCs, stuff like that. Ooh, no. Yeah, I think somebody smoked in this room recently. I don't know for sure. And there's definitely stains on the floor, like somebody's been like mega jacking it. But other than that, everything seems pretty clean. Like stained carpet. It is not me, by the way. I was not the mega jacker. Just to be clear, I am not the mega jacker. The cost of internet cafe worth it? I mean, for me it is. For me to be able to stream, like I enjoy streaming. Like I really enjoy it. I love being a little funny man. But also, like, it's how I make a living. And at my the place I'm staying, I can only reliably get like maybe 3,000 kilobits up, and like I just don't want to stream at that quality. So I'd rather spend $14 to $20 a stream to make sure that I can stream at the highest quality possible. Than stream from my apartment. And then the nice thing is where we're staying, like, if I'm streaming, like, Jen's in the room, so like she's gonna be disturbed. There's gonna be a light on. There's gonna be a goblin screeching. So
Mortifa_ just gifted 1 sub.
Mortifa, thank you. Time you have. So the way it works is it starts. I don't even want to say it starts expensive, because that's patently a lie. I mean, you could walk in, guzzle energy drinks for 30 minutes and probably get your money's worth. It's like the first 30 minutes is like 300 yen. It's like $2. And then the longer you stay, the cheaper it gets. It also, it matters like what time you arrive. Like I think there's a discount at night, like 9 hours or something like that at a discount. But I'm expecting for it to be the total price to be 2,000 yen. Around there, and that's about $14. It's like the price of dinner for 2 people. Am I gonna do deviants? I'm not planning on it. I just want to kill the goddamn Altel Ka, man. I haven't died yet. So what I would say is like I wouldn't want to live in a net cafe. I mean, you're in a little box. But if you wanted to visit a lot of different parts of Japan, say you got like the train pass thing, and you just needed a place to sleep and take a shower, I think they're pretty good. They're not going to be the most comfortable place to sleep, but it's super convenient. You can go up whenever you want. Get some free drinks, some coffee, stuff like that. Oh yeah. For a stream that's 4 to 6 hours, it's pretty good. I mean, it scales, so like they automatically give you the best deal. So it's not like you necessarily pay $3.50 just for the first 30 minutes. It's if you only stay for 30 minutes, that's how much it's going to be. I'll let you know. Once the stream's over, I'll give you guys the deets on the total price. Yeah, there's a lot of 24-hour places open for food. It is really convenient. Bring your PC. So they have a PC you can use, but don't expect to do anything other than like web browsing and like video watching on it. Like you're not going to really be able to play any games. Like it can't even handle balloons. So if you can't play balloon, like that's my test. If you can't run Bloons Tower Defense 6, probably don't have a very good gaming PC. Did I try? I did try. I tried like a couple days ago, when we were having the original internet problems, and then the owner said that they were going to try and upgrade the internet, which they did. It did get better. It just still sucks. What's the point of the cafe for most people? So, you know, apartments in the cities are like famously really small, right? You know, you might live there with 1 or 2 people. You know, yeah, I mean, it's a cheap place to sleep. It's a cheap place if you just want to get some time to yourself. You know, if you do want to have like a giga jackathon, I mean, no one's going to bother you. They have booby magazines on the computer. I looked at one. Pretty good. They're not nude. They're usually wearing bathing suits or lingerie. You don't see any nipples. Do you in fact want to have a Giga Jackathon? I mean, if it helps, they also have free drinks, so you can get fully caffeinated on energy drinks to fuel your Jackathon. Any manga? Tons of manga. You have a PC suitcase? I have a normal suitcase that I put my PC in with like styrofoam and like bubble wrap. And I have a very heavy duty backpack. So basically I put just the PC in the suitcase, and then I put everything else in the backpack. It's working out for me. It's working out so far for this stream. People are saying they like the lighting, which I mean that makes me feel good. I brought one. I brought 2 portable monitors. But I only need one of them because I just plugged into the TV that was in the room. So next time I'm only going to bring one monitor. And that the second monitor, I mean, it's really just there for OBS or anything else that might need to go on the screen. I mean, for the most part, I've got another. I use this for my chat. You guys are like on a little. You guys are like on a little alien thing. You like that? So that's what I use for chat. So like I don't even need. I technically have 3 monitors. Not logged in. It's annoying to log in because then it always logs me out, so I don't even bother. That got the head. Think Monster Hunter Tri is a good game? Yeah, I think it's great. Are there people out there that don't? I would say Portable Third is an improvement in many ways, although I definitely like Moga Village better than Yukomo. For whatever that's worth. I wish the online component wasn't online only. I wish 3U was a full upgrade over Tri. But honestly, it's not. Like, graphically, in many ways, it's worse. I look amazing, Bald? Yeah, thanks. We're gonna watch the Nintendo Direct? I'll try. How many hours until it happens? Yeah, I mean, it's true. I mean, I guess it's always nice to know if you like something that other people like it too, but who the hell cares? It'll be 11 p.m. Japanese time. So I should go to the Net Cafe at like 10 p.m. to get set up. Be a long stream, but that's fine. I'll have enough time to get dinner with Jen, maybe have a glass of wine. Oh, please hit something. Yeah, no, Nefudis, it's full on the full thing, dude. It's my gaming PC and a monitor and a keyboard and a mouse. I could probably do it, but maybe pull the plug. I got sunburn on my bald spot in Tokyo Disney. I say bald spot. It wasn't like fully bald, but I mean, it was definitely thinning a little bit. I'm staying in Japan for a long time. Yeah, I'm staying in Japan for like 3 months. Does anyone there know I'm a famous streamer? I don't think so. I mean, outside of Korone, how many famous Japanese streamers do you know? Am I embracing the baldness? I'm thinking I'm going to do like a little... I think a little bit more of like a buzz on top. Not like a terrible looking crew cut or anything like that. But like maybe like, you know, like a 3 on a clipper. Like 3 millimeters. And I'm going to keep it at like a 1 or a 2 on the side. Looks good, thanks. With a banking question regarding your 401k, I need to preface any financial questions with, I am not a fiduciary or a financial advisor or a tax advisor. With that in mind, you can ask your question. In fact, I probably give terrible advice, and you shouldn't listen to anything I say. Assume everything I say is deliberate sabotage. Then don't... How can I trust you? Somebody asked earlier this stream, who's the craziest person you ever met? You know what? That person might come kind of close. Streamer, I have questions about how to improve my credit. All right, here's how you do that. But how can I trust you? What are you talking about, dude? I have basic 401k and Roth from what I'm working. A friend told me to match the full 6% my job does, but I have no clue what Roth is. So, the difference between like a traditional 401k and a Roth 401k is when do you pay the taxes? Is really what it comes down to. So traditional, or the way most 401ks are set up, is when you put money into it, you are not taxed on that money that year. So it's as if you didn't earn that money. And that's amazing because at the top end of whatever your income is, you're usually paying a lot in tax. You've got a very high marginal tax rate on that. Roth, you pay the full amount of tax on it that year. But whenever you take money out of your Roth, that is not taxable income in your retirement. So say you made a killer bet in your Roth investment and it was like $1 million. As far as I know, you can just take out that $1 million in your retirement and you're not taxed on it. Now there may be limits. I don't know. But that's the idea behind the Roth. Now, my attitude is, if I'm doing so well in my retirement that I have to worry about the tax rate on my investments, I must be doing pretty good. So I don't put money into the Roth. I know there's a lot of people that love it, and I'm sure they'll have a pretty sweet retirement. They go their whole life only putting money into it. But from a living standpoint, you can afford to invest a lot more, in my opinion, putting money into a traditional 401k than a Roth. So I don't know. I mean, it's just my opinion. Like, if you're even just matching your employer, you're already doing like a really good job. Oh, Jesus. Well, there was an attempt. Maybe I should have waited longer. Now, my understanding in the U.S. is there's some investment income exception for taxes anyway. Like, look it up, but I think up to something like the first $80,000 a year, like, you're not really, like, heavily taxed on it. Stock switch GU 60 FPS, it's a locked 30. Well, mostly locked 30. You can overclock it and get it close to a locked 60, and you gotta like hack it and all that stuff. But that's my general attitude. If I'm retired and my biggest concern is like the rate my investments are getting taxed at, then why am I worried? Stay basic. I mean, look, to me, if you can comfortably max out your 401k every year with a 6% employer match, even if you did 6% and they did 6%, you're doing way better than the majority of the people in the United States. There's a lot of people that invest nothing. And they just retire and they're like, well, you don't want to be on Social Security alone for your retirement. That's for sure. Or you know, you don't want to be in the United States for your retirement. I mean, there's a number of choices. Well, they don't retire. There's a lot of them that can't afford to retire. I met a woman when I was at a credit union, and she almost had her mortgage paid off. And she got some mortgage guy convinced her to refinance her home for 30 years. She was like 65 years old. I don't know what she did with the money, but I think the guy like added like an extra like 15,000 or so in like fees and stuff. It was insane. I'm not saying usury should be punishable by death, but I mean, maybe like an extra hard spanking in public. Something. All right, if he's got a company retirement, Social Security, and military, he's going to be fine. Yeah, that's great. He'll be cozy. You know, the issue is for anyone that is not like about to retire in the next 5 years. Like, I just don't know. I just don't know about Social Security. I don't think they'll ever get rid of it. But even if they don't, like, can you retire off of it? I don't know. I guess if you had a house fully paid off and you had 2 people or more, if you had a what if that became like a thing in the United States? Like, living was so expensive in retirement that you started seeing like older thruples or polyamorous couples because like they can't afford like basic, like they were never able to buy a house or get affordable housing. Old sexy America. How do you go about getting your Social Security outside the United States? They'll do direct deposit, right? I mean, what do they know or care where you're living? I don't think that's a problem. Aren't there a lot of British people that, like, leave the UK to go collect their retirement somewhere else? I think so. I think that's, like, a common thing, isn't it? A lot of people go to, like, to Vietnam or, like, Thailand or places like that to retire. Nowadays, you'd be able to, if Japan was more lenient on their residency permits, Japan would be dope to retire in. Spain. Portugal. Portugal, I know, is crazy popular. Retiring at 80. I could see them moving it up to 70 eventually. So I'll go for the S. I want to hit something. And like, where to put your money is always a hard question to answer. I mean, just putting it into the S&P is probably fine for most people. Can't just get married to Japanese residency. You still need to apply. You could start a business. I'm halfway to getting into the office anyway. I don't know how much damage Lion's Maw does. This is it. Well, this is actually technically not it. We still have to fight the goddamn Seregios. He might be a required quest anyways. I don't know why it's warm in this room. I mean, I guess I am wearing like a sweatshirt. One's fart card? I don't know if there's a Congo Lala. Something I noticed in the hub is like the quest design's really bad. fight almost the same monsters in high rank that you did in low rank. Forehead brighter than your future? Which light is that? Is that this light? I can turn it off. Try to turn it off. Hold on, let's not screw this up. There's gonna be a shine no matter what. I mean, people have been complimenting me on the lighting. Lighting's good. Alright, I'm not gonna change it. When I get up, maybe I'll dim it a little bit. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. And getting the Krillin dots. Solar flare! Dude, solar flare is so powerful. Why was Cell able to do it? He wasn't bald. At least he wasn't, like, shiny bald. Did he eat Krillin? Oh, that's right. Dr. Gero, like, used all the Z-Fighter DNA. Do I use shampoo or soap for my head? I use shampoo, but I mean, I don't know that I need it. It's a good question. I'm going to give you a homework assignment. Why don't you go out there and figure out what's better? I feel like shampoo? Yeah, we never really got to see Super Saiyan 2 really do anything, right? I mean, I guess kind of Gohan a little bit. It's Regios. I'm looking for a Regios. There's a Devil Joe. I should probably kill that Devil Joe. Where's...
Riverpix just resubscribed for 26
Riverpix, thank you.
months.
Where is he? Don't you do this. Don't you fucking do... Don't you do this to me. He's not here. Is he 8-star? Oh, that worked. I'm actually about to cry on stream. You ever see a bald man cry before? You're about to. I just want to make sure he's in 7-star. He is. Okay. It's the Urgent. Okay. Alright, we gotta kill him. How come Devil Joe's in 6-star? That doesn't make any sense. That's so bizarre. Celtis Queen, Egnactor, Glavenus. I guess we'll just do this one. I guess we'll keep using Ice Greatsword. I'm assuming he takes some ice. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be playing Monster Hunter World right now. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe become one of the shiny top. I got a sunburn on my bald spot from Tokyo Disney. And I'm like, I guess I should just shave it off. Not that that makes it better for my head, but it makes you a lot more aware. You know, like it heightens your senses to be like, okay, I gotta be careful about... It's not technically a bald spot. It's just a little thinning. People seem to like it though. I've gotten a lot more compliments. Like I haven't been like, wow, you hideous freak. Am I still in Tokyo? I haven't been in Tokyo for a week. Been in Osaka for a week. Internet situation out here has been real bad. I guess it's better though than the situation in Tokyo though, where I had a little neighbor that was crying that I was streaming too early in the morning. Little mewling baby. I don't. Am I having fun in Japan so far? So the only reason I really travel is to eat food. Because the United States has really bad food compared to what you can get everywhere else in the world. And with how powerful the dollar is versus the yen right now, I'm eating good, man. I'm eating real good. Is it Japanese neighbors? I don't blame them. It's just like whatever that hotel was just didn't have thick enough walls. You know what I mean? Like I don't really blame the guy. I mean, I wouldn't want some goblin screeching at 3 a.m. either. I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? The current place I have. Why are people so fat then if the food is bad? Because you eat more to feel satisfied. I remember being in college and feeling exactly that. Being like I didn't necessarily get fat in college. I mean, I had like, you know, college metabolism, but I remember thinking to myself like, man, I feel like I have to eat so much food just to feel like I actually eat something. 104 yen for 1 Canadian dollar? I think it's 140 yen per dollar now. They don't have buffets in Japan? There's buffets in Japan. There's also like all you can drink packages and stuff. It's like $10 all you can drink. Canadian dollars is just a weird conversion. But you need to find a country that has like some use for maple leaves. That has like something that they could use it like in their production. Like, I think Tokyo like wants to get rid of like a lot of nuclear power. And so, like, they might have a use for maple leaves as, like, something that they could burn for energy. I don't know. It's got to be something like that. I don't know how you ship them. Boat? It's got to be worth it. Make the boat out of leaves? Yeah, they probably float on their own, don't they? That's a good idea, man. I should put you in charge of this initiative. So yeah, I mean, you know, I think when I bought Jen's breakfast last night just to make sure that she had food if she didn't want to go out while I'm screaming in an internet cafe, it was like $2. It was a donut with whipped cream and red bean paste. And I forget if I got her an onigiri. I got her something else. A donut. I got her a nice looking donut. Maybe you decide to shave it off. I can't keep answering the question, man. You gotta come in earlier, dude. You gotta put on your stream notifications. I just answered it like 10 seconds ago. It's not that you missed it once. You've missed it like 20 times this stream already. Yeah, it was a horrible Chigyu incident. I tried to get a mega Chigyu beef bowl, and the 3-cheese blend was way too hot, and it landed on my scalp, and it burned off all my hair. Doxy, hello? That being said, I would still recommend getting Chigyu. Even if I did lose all my hair to a freak Chigyu incident. Not the first person I've heard that happen to. It's a known risk, but people keep getting it anyways. Sanitary cooking service offered. My head is a skillet. Dude, Japan is like the cleanest, safest country in the world, man. Ugh, my little micro greatsword, it's not big enough. That's why the Chigyus get the Chigyu. They're hoping to get rid of the terrible haircut. I'm still trying to figure out where the slander is, why people... You get people out there that are like, oh, Japan's not the greatest country in the world. And there's definitely... It's got its issues. But, like, you know, blow for blow, man, like, they're hitting. They're hitting hard, dude. I think part of it is the currency conversion. Like, that definitely helps a lot. Like, if it was 90 cents to the 100 yen or whatever, that would... Or whatever. $1 to 90 yen, like, that would suck. But right now, like, there's no way, you can't live better. Feels like a third world country in the United States sometimes. I mean, if you've got a lot of money, like if you're just like insanely wealthy, like, all right, the US is okay sometimes. But at that point, you could go anywhere in the world anyways. So, like, why do you want to stay in the U.S.? Playing on PC? I am, yep. Don't hit me, please, Daddy. No. I gotta run away. I gotta grovel. I gotta scuttle away like a worm. Like a slither. To make more money, evade taxes easier? I think it's easier to evade taxes with the IRS. I think it's safer to evade taxes. You know, the United States is basically the only country in the world that taxes its citizens globally. I'm not trying to demean you in any way, but you've been brainwashed. Do you have any advice for emulating old monster games on PC? Not to self-promote in my own stream, but join the Discord. We've got a whole section on emulating older games. So the way citizenship works with most countries and taxation is you're taxed on where you live. Makes sense, right? You should pay tax where you live because, like, you got to pay for, you know, the roads, the infrastructure, police, stuff like that. In the United States, you have to pay taxes even if you do not live in the country. You could live an entire year in, say, the UK, and depending on how much taxes you paid in the UK, they still want you to file and possibly even pay your taxes in the United States. I need to look in the camera and say family? Doesn't sound like a very polite request. There's no onegaishimasu. Yeah, they tax your income. What else are they taxing? The whale tusks? Or whatever they are? Beluga whale tusks? Why are you up there? You can get double... So, there are things in place where you will not get double tax. But say you would have paid less tax in a country by living there than if you were in the US, they will have you pay the difference in the United States. There's a certain amount of exemption, but you still got to file your taxes. Something like your first $80,000 or something is tax-free, and then everything after that, like, you got to pay. The high price for having a U.S. passport. It's a nice passport to have. I'd rather have a Canadian one, though. There's one other country in the world that has the same thing, and it's like, it's got a population of like 10,000 people or something like that. Yeah, and EU passport's great. I have no idea why people from the UK wanted to get rid of that. Sounds like a pain in the ass. I know it comes down to being like, oh, we don't want, whatever, foreign people moving into our country. Okay, I guess. Is that worth it to you? Some sense of irony of the UK and its history, and being like, oh, by the way, you're not allowed to come into our country. Oh, really? Maybe a little, we should be taking our own medicine, shouldn't we? Trump as president? Oh, they might. There's a genuine possibility he will both be indicted and elected as president. I'm not saying we're any better. Rick, you just gotta be. I don't know what you're doing, dude. But you gotta relax. Yep. One major thing the UK has over the US is the national love of Indian food, which proves that at the very least they have taste buds. Why Alchemy Cheer, not the Dunk Bomb? The Dunk Bomb does 60 damage. I don't know how much life an actor has, probably around 10,000. Oh no. I don't know how I did that. And a hardened spot to make it weak again? You think it does fire damage? I wonder if it does. Why are you not climbing up there? Am I gonna die? Oh! Oh! He didn't dive. Sucks. Is this the same one as the Gravure magazines? Yeah, man. You want me to try and grab some when I go use the bathroom and we can like look at them together on stream? The ones I looked at were on the computer, but they might have some in the lobby. I never asked. I've been drinking a lot of energy drinks, so I kind of got to use the bathroom soon, and so when I do that, I'll pick something up out of the lobby and I'll bring it on stream. How does that sound? It really is a cozy place. I mean, if you don't need a lot of space, like if you're just one person, it's an okay value. I mean, the issue is like, what do you do with your stuff? Like, what do you do with your suitcase? So Gravure magazine. So I looked up the history for this. So Gravure's got something to do with like the paper, like the glossy paper of a magazine. And so in Japan, they had women that would model in magazines. And so they were called Gravure models. And nowadays, a Gravure model will pose in like lingerie or like a bikini or like their underwear. They won't be naked. You're not going to see any non-PG-13 stuff, but in a lot of cases they take that experience and then they'll use that in another career. Like there's a number of pop girls that pop idols that started with gravure modeling and then went on to become an idol or something like that. It's not like against the rules. I don't know what the rules are for pop idols. I know there are many, but I don't think that breaks any. You're definitely not allowed to have a boyfriend. I remember reading some post about some like insane Korean fans that found a picture of a girl on some guy's photo reel and they like Photoshop lined up like a mole she had like next to her belly button and they're like, she's been with a man. I give good restaurants where you are? The only bad... Well, hold on. First of all, that sounds like you want to dox me. Second of all, there's really no bad restaurants. The only restaurants that have been really bad is I've yet to find an izakaya that has, like, good food. Like, and maybe I'm saying it wrong. Bars, for the most part, do not have very good food. They definitely don't have good deals on food. But, I mean, you can go to... I forget what it's called. Is it the Dumpling King? Dumpling King, Sakia... there's a lot of major chains that actually have, like, really good meals. If I try pufferfish, I'm not planning on it. There's no reason for me to take that risk in my life. But I mean, I've had great Chinese. I've had great curry. I've had okay yakiniku in Osaka. I want to try out a couple other places. Yeah, no, I mean, there's, you could eat so cheap in Japan, man. I mean, you could even, you can get good meals at the convenience store. How's McDonald's? It was pretty good. The most money I've spent on fast food so far has been on Burger King. We spent almost 2,000 yen on a Diablo Lilith burger. And the only thing that made it different was, first of all, the meat was a little bit better. It's not completely different. It's still a hamburger. It's not like it's something magically different. But you can tell it's like a little bit better quality, a little bit better seasoned. Maybe a lot bit compared to the United States. But they put deep-fried spicy garlic chips in it. And those were pretty good. How does a PC cafe work? You already have to take stuff in like a mic? I brought my entire setup with me. There is a computer here, but you cannot stream on it. It is not powerful enough. Other fast food places you like to try? I did try out the franchise for conveyor belt sushi, and I gotta say, not good. Didn't feel like a good value, didn't feel like good quality compared to some other stuff I had. Yama-chan? I'll try and keep an eye out for it. It's just like alcohol is like kind of I don't know. It's cheap for the U.S. here, like insanely cheap for the U.S. here to get alcohol when you eat out, but it's so expensive compared to the food. Like it just doesn't feel worth it. I could spend 500 yen on a beer, or I could spend 500 yen on literally like another entree. And I don't know if I'm just being cheap. I probably am, but like I'm just like I'll just drink at home. I mean that's the way I'm in the U.S. anyways. Drinking highballs? I don't really like highballs. Like whiskey's okay, and like what they put in the whiskey is okay, but like I don't love it. You know, it's just okay. I like other mixed drinks that they make. You know, little like fruity shochu drinks. Those are fun. 6% I think is like my preferred amount. When you go to 9%, man, like when you go to 9% on the strong zero, especially like the unflavored strong zero, like that's potent. You're like literally in the lava. I cut all my hair off. I'm starting to establish who the not real fan fake fans are right now. I'm about to start making another list. Didn't watch the stream or watch any VODs. I mean, I have a dude come in like 6 months, like, oh, when did you cut your hair? Oh, hold on a second. I wish I could do more than 2 weeks. You're lucky I'm feeling lazy. And not particularly vengeful. Okay, I only have to deal with it once a week. It's like taking the garbage out. It's literally how I feel. I feel like I'm taking out the garbage. Yeah, drag the can down to the street. Make sure it's in the right spot. Please, let me just heal. Please. That should have been good damage, right? It's just broken chest. I think takes okay damage, right? Does it take more damage when it's like hot? And there's still like a thing to break. Probably. Can you bring your own PC in a PC cafe? Can you, or are you supposed to? Are you allowed to? No snitching. There was another place I went to, and I asked if I could bring my desktop PC, and they said no. So this time, I didn't say nothing. I just brought it. Better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission, right? They don't care. I'm a paying customer. I'm going to set everything back to the way it was when I leave. Oh, the only thing that I removed was a HDMI cable for the TV. Yukatsu Matamura. I haven't heard of it. I don't know what it is. Can you sleep in here? Absolutely. Would I ban you from all cafes? Well, they're not. It's not like one net cafe in the entirety of Osaka. Am I connected to their TV? I am. There's other rooms that are definitely way better for sleeping in than this room. I might stay in one next time. Gamer cafe. It's not necessarily a gamer cafe, but it is a net cafe. Ooh, breaded beef and a grill, huh? Yeah, I mean, I've been to, I've gotten yakiniku a couple times. There is a gamer cafe, but the one I saw didn't let you bring your own, didn't have a space for you to set up your own stuff. Probably should have just waited. You ever had shabu shabu? Is that the soup? Wait, no, I made a second one and I didn't need to do that. Oh, that's so dumb. Subathon for a month in a PC cafe would be cool. What about a subathon for 2 to 3 months in a PC cafe? Because that's literally what we're doing, dude. Until my internet gets better, this is where we're streaming from. Please subscribe. Or donate. Hell, I'll take your money. We got a sponsorship coming up in the next day, maybe next stream. That should help out a little bit. October 6th approaching? I just don't... Like, do you think I'm not going to get grandfathered in? Like, I know that's like a dumb question. You think I'm going to get cut off, right? I'm probably going to get cut off. I feel like they would, like, grandfather you in, though, if you already had the split. 100 yen, so I get onigiri? It's a little bit more than 100 yen. It's usually between 100 and 200 yen. October 6th. There's some change that Twitch is doing where if you have over... is it 350 paying subscribers, you automatically get a 70-30 split. There's no change to pre-existing deals. Thank God. And thank God they don't have any more partner managers, so nobody's going to like rake me over the coals over whether or not I'm going to keep that contract or not. I haven't spoken to anyone from Twitch in years. What is the current split? The default split on Twitch is 50-50. Certain partners are able to negotiate a 70-30, maybe more, maybe even paid monthly splits. And then what's happening is for October 6th, if you have over 350 paid subscribers every month, hey, that means not Prime and not Gifted. Ooh, sharpness +5 is interesting. You'll get brought into 70-30. Now, the reality is for you to get that 70-30 in that way, you're already probably in the top 1,000 streamers who has a partner contract that is 70-30. So it's completely performative. You know, I mean, we pretty regularly hit 350 subscribers, but I mean, that's including Twitch Prime subscribers, and Gifted subs. I checked, we have literally never had 350 paying subscribers in the entire time I've been on Twitch. Which is not strange. I mean, it's a lot of people to be paying money every month. It'll be interesting. The smart thing to do is just to start restreaming everywhere. Just see what happens. If there was a easy, I mean, I don't know. I wish there was a way to take the Twitch chat and put it next to YouTube. That would be ideal. Not counting Gifted is crazy because that means who would otherwise sub on their own is made incapable of supporting if they got gifted one before they subscribe. Yeah, it's not very well thought through, is it? Like, in theory, if you were a certain level of petty, you could just start gift bombing this channel. Just Twitch chat is just better than YouTube chat. That's all it is. What happens? know, I mean, I'm not suffering right now, anyways. So I'm not in grovel town. So, but we might be. Have your Twitch chat included in the video? I know. It's just messy is all it is. Oh, I mean, Jarek, I mean, they know better than anyone what the odds are of how many people are going to get switched over to 70/30. Why would I do this? Why did I put... Did I put away those cool drinks? What's wrong with me? Yeah, I should really switch over to Restream Valhalla. Thoughts on Final Fantasy 16? Looks good. Well, I play it on stream. I do not have a PlayStation 5 with me. And I'm not going to buy a PlayStation 5. I would rent a PlayStation 5, maybe. But then I didn't bring a capture card with me either, so that's an issue. Isn't Twitch cracking down people aren't exclusive on Twitch? They've had it in their contracts for a long time. Even if you're an affiliate, they'll ban you for, like, restreaming. Would they ban me? Maybe. Oh, I wanted to show off this chair. Hold on. Apparently this chair reclines. People are saying, can you sleep? This is the reclining chair room. I'm so comfortable. No, it's not a massage chair. There's better places to sleep than this room. I picked this room because I thought it would be more comfortable to stream from because it had a chair. I'm not convinced. Bring my own chair too. They have like a little, like, almost, it looks like a stadium chair in a lot of the sitting rooms. How much is it to use the internet cafe? The price that I think I'm going to end up paying is going to be close to 2,000 yen for 8 hours, which is like $14 for 8 hours. That includes unlimited drinks, by the way. And unlimited manga. And soft serve ice cream when the machine is working. The machine is not currently working. Sounds reasonable? I know, isn't it? That's all. I mean, look, for what I need right now, it is great. I'd love to be streaming from my place, but hopefully all the internet sorted out by August. But I'm planning to use this throughout all of June and July. Actually, if you want to know, you were correct. They do have a mango flavoring for the sodas here. So you could have unlimited mango as well. You want me to have mango energy drink next time? Like the... I'm normally not a fan of mango flavoring. I love fresh mango, but the flavoring, to me, is almost like banana flavoring. I just don't think it's good. Is there an anime that's in the internet cafe? I looked for it. No, I mean, Kind of, but like stuff you'd see on TV. The real saucy stuff isn't here. There is a comic search that gets a little bit better, but not by a lot. You can clean today? Thanks. Got it. What do we add? Why would I ever add that? I'm not. Although that is I think you heard that. That is similar to what I saw in Den Town today. I saw a sign that definitely reminded me a lot of that. No, there's only one thing chat wants, okay? Sorry, several things chat wants. They want comm council, they want pissers, they want shitters, they want whatever the hell that is Dean just posted. That's me after the stream ends? I've got a window on the door. Now if I got a room without a window on the door, I mean, I make no promises. Did I enjoy Den Town? I just went through the big camera. I got a milk tea with Jen. We got a matcha milk tea. That was okay. I have not found a panty machine yet. Somebody wants to triangulate a panty machine. I might go. I'm not adding the piss emote. Look, I added the crap emote. It's actually my favorite emote. I kind of love him. Can't see it? You need 7 TV. That was a good hit. That was crunchy. I have no sponsors. Add them. Dude, I've got a sponsor tomorrow. Maybe even today if I was fast enough. We're gonna go for it. Oh! Nefudis, thank you. Thank you very much. We've almost broken parity with the Night Cafe expenses. Can we, at some point in the stream, can we watch more of those Ken videos? I kind of love those videos. What's going on, Unlucky? Him waxing out all of his nose hair to me was insane. And I saw it. It was on sale in the dollar store. And Jen was like, do you want me to wax your nose hairs? I was like, please, no. No way, dude. Like, what if you injure yourself? What if you rip your nose out? She wants to do it. She either wants to do it or she was supporting me if I wanted it. I mean, she didn't know what it was. I mean, just to look at it, like, you don't know. could still be bleeding. Like, I don't want to bleed. I don't mean, like, literally rip my nose off. I mean, figuratively, I don't want to be bleeding out of my nose. Or maybe literally bleeding out of my nose. I do not literally want to bleed out of my nose. What's it doing? It just doesn't seem worth it. I mean, I brought a nose trimmer with me to Japan. So it's like, we've got options. Like, this is a solution. I did see very expensive razors in the big camera, by the way. Die? Yeah, like, I don't want to do anything that could result in death. I didn't tell you guys why I went to the big camera. I didn't actually do it, so I don't think I committed any crimes. But I was trying to get a Wi-Fi extender and seeing if I could use it to grab public Wi-Fi that I could then stream off of. Didn't work. Rather private room right now? Mostly private. There's like a little window there. I mean, there's a McDonald's that's almost close enough. It would actually, there'd be a certain delicious irony that if the McDonald's Wi-Fi was better than my own Wi-Fi. See a lot of people in the McDonald's working here. Don't marry women, pee in my mouth instead. Is this 24 hours? Yeah. Dude, I mean, I started the stream at like 3:30 in the morning. If they're open at 3:30 in the morning, they're probably open 24 hours. Just reach. Oh! Kramer, it's not 3:30 in the morning right now. You silly guy. What time do you think it is? It's not even night outside yet. Baten Kaito's 100% run? I would play the HD remaster. I don't know that we're going to do a 100% speed run. I wonder if they're going to change that aspect in the game at all, if they're going to leave it in. I'd like to get a counter off here. Oh! I'm crying. Internally and externally. Good job, Jeff. Seems very easy to pop in this game. It wouldn't be that far of a walk to get some Chi-Yu, to be honest with you. Let's go. People freaking out. Well, I didn't bring my gimbal. Not that you need it, necessarily. Stop it! we're doing better against the Glavenus than I thought we would. I think Greatsword's just a really good matchup on him. No, I'm gonna get hit back. I just use Lion's Maw now. Nothing's even close to being charged up, right? Almost looked like he was ready to limp. And the only thing that doesn't work in here is, like, for some reason, they don't let me connect to the Ethernet. So I gotta connect to the Wi-Fi. I'm assuming there's probably, like, some network they do not want you connecting to over Ethernet. Makes, from a networking perspective, I mean, that makes sense to me. Ooh, we got another mount. That's kind of... Is the second one? Kinda hit him, hit his side. Probably terrible damage, but I guess it's better than nothing. Broke his back too, Jesus. Good to see me today? Yeah, sorry my streaming has been so spotty the last week. We've just had some drama internet-wise, but I think we're going to be good. I think we're going to be good for a while. You trimmed your head off? I mean, not all of it. I mean, there's still some left. Just going to go for draw slashes here. Walk away. Right choice. Looks good. Thanks, man. I've been told I've won the head-shaped lottery. I don't know if that's accurate, but I mean, I'll take the compliment. Isn't the internet infrastructure better over there than the US? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more fiber over here, at least at this exact moment. I think the issue is the people renting the place I'm staying, like, still use the equivalent of AOL dial-up. SDShepard. There's not a dent. There's no dent. Other than, like, literally my skull existing. Like, right here, where my bones are fused. I'm trying to give a good angles. I'm gonna try balancing a book on my head. When I get the booby model. I'm gonna use the bathroom after this quest. Get some more to drink, and I'll grab a magazine. Get a level. We have to know for sure. Like how shiny it is? That's partly the lighting. But I guess better a shine than like a pale, like a pallid color. Exotic tier item. Can it be a legendary? Glasses plus beard? I think so. I don't know. For some reason, like, I'm having a hard time with how I want my facial hair to look. Because I don't know where to start the sideburns. Like, it's a real issue. Because I don't have any hair to, like, connect it to. And I can't grow it like an offensively long beard. Like, that doesn't exist. I'm not going for a big... Faded in starting in the middle of the year. It sounds like a lot of work. I don't want a lot of work. I want to have one to two settings on my clippers. Start doing beard fades. I'm a married man. I don't have time for that. I killed him with a slap. That's kind of fun. No, I'll turn it into like a choose your own adventure sort of book, and we'll evaluate the beard fade ratio over the next coming weeks. Use a guard that's 1 to 2 lower than your beard around your goatee area. So wait, you go thick to thin? I don't believe it. I mean, I kind of like the 5 o'clock shadow look. All right, I'm going to get some more to drink, and I'm going to try and find a magazine to show you guys. So don't leave. And I have to pee. Don't leave. I haven't gotten yelled at yet. Just imagine me like going to the bathroom, getting an energy drink, and then scampering around looking at booby magazines to find a good one to bring down. I've been here for at least 2 hours already. Oh, that's good. I've already been streaming for 2.5 hours. Well, that's good. Wouldn't you ban the people who yell at me? You're pretty salty about being banned, aren't you? That's funny. Less than 100 people banned on Discord, and you're one of them. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna like scuttle away. Alright, hold on. Well, we got this, right? There. I'm gonna need more than that. I gotta pee. Hold on. 4 straight these last months. You okay? Work it out with chat, man. Get some like therapy or something with these guys. Maybe you can figure it out with their help. Oh, we're already running an ad. I can't run an ad. Well, alright, fair enough. Oh, God. All my bags are in the way. Oh, this sucks. Oh. I almost, like, kicked everything off the desk. Got my glass.
What time zone? Directly under my nuts! Right under my nuts is where the time zone is! Look at it! Don't marry women, pee in my mouth instead.
Alright, I'm back. Ow. Smells a little bit less like cigarettes now. Oh. Try and move this over.
Nut.
Still definitely a little warm. Alright. I did find a magazine. I don't think this is gonna get me in trouble. I didn't look in it. It's a little provocative. Let's get this guy out of the way. Although maybe we should leave him here just in case we need to censor anything. They've got these whole manga. Oh, is that Initial D? It looks kind of like Initial D.
Let it pee in my mouth instead.
This is the cover. It's a little provocative, but they're dressed. I would say that's dressed. Still dressed. Still dressed. Big back videos. I didn't have any. Dressed? Dressed. This page is stuck together. Not yet. That probably not safe. Hold on, that picture's probably not safe. Dressed. Good, clean family content. And so, yeah, this is Initial D in here. I think, well, something like it. It says MF Ghost? Is that something that's being published right now? Whoa. Some side boob. It's a big page. It's impressive how large it is. Like the magazine size. I don't know what this is. I don't want to be spoiling anything for anyone. What is this? What is that? Yeah! Yeah! Oh, yeah! Yeah! Those are the noises she's making. Who wore it better? Who wore it better? There's some weird stuff here, man. It's like a two-headed, triple-breasted lizard with bald heads? Yeah. Special present. It's special. Okay. This up here. Alright. Special. Why is David here? I've had him hanging out there for a while now, and I just don't want to remove him. Very educational. Oh, and by the way, I did get one more. I should probably stop after this because you can cause damage. Mango energy drink. Embrace the bald? I think it looks okay, right? You can have drinks if your room has a window, which mine does. $3 a.m. energy drinks? What time is it? 6 a.m. for me. I mean, I guess I could switch to coffee. But, I mean, I'm enjoying it. I mean, I'm kind of enjoying that I could bring my drink in here. Can you bring in Shigyu? I think you're allowed to bring in your own food, yeah. I don't think there's a problem for that. Did I sleep at all? I slept from like 7 until like 2 a.m. or so, give or take. Duramboros. Well, I think it's worth poison. What are they afraid of you doing with the drink in the Wankish rooms? I really don't know, man. It's a very valid question. I think this is enough damage with the dual blades that it's worth switching for him. You're right, okay. So far, no complaints, though. We've been streaming for 3 hours. Did I get the Red Panda magazines? I haven't seen any. I saw some cat magazines. Next time I go up, I can try and grab a cat magazine. Wait, which one is it? Don't tell me it's the capture one. No, For Whom the Gong Tolls. I mean, I don't know that it's a cat magazine, but there were cats on the cover. I can't say for sure. We need to make like energy drinks or something. This is bad, man. We're gonna have to start farming for meat or something. I don't know what we're gonna do. I'm definitely getting used to streaming in here, though. And people said they like the lighting. I think it looks professional, right? Doesn't it look like a professional gamer setup? This is Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. It never ends. I feel like I've been playing it forever. The emulator told me if I've only been playing it for 24 hours. It feels like 240 hours. Kind of a small Duramboros, huh? No, I'll take this style than what we got in Sunbreak, though. Uh-oh. Screwed up real bad, and it was all my fault. All we gotta do is keep him poisoned. We'll be fine. Takes a ton of damage from poison. Oh, so I did go to the Don Quixote on Sunday. And that is an interesting store. They've got a lot of stuff in there. You can buy almost anything you'd ever want in the Don Quixote. I saw like 3 guys in the male sex toy section, and it looked like they were all comparing and reviewing the toys together. And I thought that was really funny. I didn't see the Gyoza cider. They had gamer tablets that were on sale for 50 yen, but when I went to ring them up, they rang up as 800 yen, and I said, I do not want that free. Ask for tips? They seemed like they were Tenga Pros. I'm not making fun of them in any way. I thought it was cool. Hang out with your buds and be like, oh, that one looks great. That's an orifice I would love to be in. Got some takoyaki. That was real cheap. It was like 500 yen for like 8. Maybe it was 500 yen for 6. Still a really good deal. Why are you eating already? I'm gonna be bouncing. Watch the Host Bar documentary. Is that the one I was talking about on stream where it has both the hosts and the hostesses? Yeah, that one's really good. Yeah, I want to watch that on stream at some point. So interesting. Backyard place in the main Dottenbury Strip. No, it was a little bit off the strip, the one that we went to. Definitely close. I think it was Takoyaki King we went to. You can look it up. It's like maybe a block away. Trips north to Kyoto? We'll see what Noxella wants to do. I'm pretty happy just being in Osaka. Like I said, like my stuff is eating. And I could be here for a year and I still would have restaurants I would need to go to. You know what I mean? Robbed. Take Noxella to Don Quixote. They had a enormous purple dildo with a guy on the cover that looked like a superhero. He was like a mix between a superhero and like an Eva from Evangelion. And the dildo was called the Final Impact, and I asked Noxell if I wanted for me to pick him up one while I was there. didn't really confirm one way or the other. I think he might want it. He might need two. I don't know. I took a picture of it. It's on. I don't know if I think I posted it in the Discord. Let's see here. I think it's on this. Might have to scroll back a little bit. Hold on. Oh. Oh. Hold on. Oh, here we go. I don't think this will get me banned. That's great, dude. I thought he was gonna get me there. I was scared. Nothing could live up to that packaging. I mean... How cavernous is your butthole? Yeah, maybe it's nothing to you. Oh. It's always sad when you get a monster that does a flinch instead of like any sort of topple. Like I know he's got a special topple. It's kind of hard getting the raw damage out on him. So I've gone the entirety of my adult life without realizing that the Mangadex website is not just a website for like cataloging your manga, but also a place where you can read them. And I feel like an idiot. I feel so dumb. And like there's actually like a good web reader on an iPad. You should be, yeah. No, it's actually really sad. It's probably the most embarrassing thing I've ever said on the internet. And I've said a lot of dumb stuff on the internet. I've been reading a nice manga, though. My Home Hero? I'm enjoying it. I enjoy those sort of read this and feel like you're smarter than you actually are mangas. Well, it would be way better. What about Dojins? Are they on there? No way they'd have filthy Dojins on there. Right? Searching for things on there is a little bit hard. I wish there was like a larger like popular section. What there needs to be is like they need some demographic questions to like screen you and then show you popular things based off of what you should like. Because like I don't want to get mixed in with all the people. Like I'm sorry, I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. Like I'm not in with the Naruto crowd. At least I don't think I'm in. Boruto? I just don't think I'm gonna want it. I'm not gonna like it. Maybe if there was like a Rock Lee specific series, I would read that. Y'all like Boruto? I'm the same mind as the Naruto fans? Oh, never mind then. I mean, but sometimes there's stuff that's done released. And that, in a way, that's even better. God, I remember there was one manga I was reading that I think it got really popular. In fact, I think it got an anime translation. It's called like Be Mine Hero. The basic plot is like pretty lame by modern standards, but it was like I had a lot of discussions about like economic and business development in like demon world and demons coexisting with heroes. And the translation started off like pretty good. And then it started to get better. And then it started to read like it was machine translated with like no changes. And then it started to read like it was actually machine translated from Chinese back into English. And by the end, like what was supposed to be like an interesting, like thoughtful discussion in economics was like completely illegible. Like it was so bad. Was Shield Hero a manga? I think it was a light novel, right? It probably has a manga by now. I would not. I have not kept up on it at all. Season 2 came out. Episode 1, Season 2. Like, I don't... Sorry, mild spoilers to Shield Hero. Episode 1, Season 2. I'm giving you fair warning. Mild spoilers. Girl joins his group. Is like, I'm so happy to be a part of your group. And is like, I'm worried I'm not strong enough. And the other girls are like, oh, if you want to be stronger, you need to let him give you his slave brand. If he does that, he can make you stronger. And she's like, oh, I don't know about that. And then one of the girls goes like, well, I'm happy being his slave. And like, she gets jealous. She's like, I want to be your slave now. And then he puts his brand like right on her boobs. And I'm like, all right, I'm good. I'm done with this. Weird fetish stuff has gone too far for me. I just the initial like, well, there's a long first episode and a couple episodes after that. It was neat because like it was an isekai. It was like an original isekai, like one of the first apparently. He's not popular. People are like, you got the shield, you suck. And he's like all alone, no one's helping him. He gets a little fox companion and like cute and not too weird, and then gets a little weird. And then he gets like an infant chicken girl that wants to marry him, and that's it, man. That's the point where it's like you can't come back to that. Yeah, no, Aether, no, you're right. I finished the first season. There were some okay moments throughout the first season. But that first episode of the second season is like, oh, they're going to double down on everything that I hate about this. All right. Fair enough. When I Go Bald, it was like a week ago. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, this chair, like, I can't use this chair at all. I guess I can maybe move this closer. Take us to Kentown? That's when I get an urgent up to. How much Chigu? I've only had one bowl. That's not true. I had one bowl, and then Jen had a bowl, and then she had me finish some of it. So I have like 1 1/5 bowls. Yeah, hello, good afternoon. Once the urgent is unlocked, we'll watch an episode of Ken. I would like that. I'd like to take a little break. Sit back, relax. Oh, well, speaking of. Fair enough. Did I leave food for Jem? Oh, yeah. She has the keys, money, and food. And it's what? 6:30 a.m.? I mean, she's still in bed, man. She's still sleeping. Oh, those cats are still now. I gotta... Oh, wait, hold on. I could just do, like, pause emulation. Give me one moment. We're gonna watch an episode of Kentown because that sounds fun. And we'll go back to the video game. Then we're gonna do our urgent. We're gonna kill Seregios. We're gonna upgrade these poison dual blades. Pretty happy about that. So nice having your own computer and like fast internet. Discord bound for everyone else? Seems up to me. Which one do we want to watch? — 27-year-old salaryman? What's the other ones? I think we've seen the rent-free room girl. Otaku room tour and hot dog shop. That's what we want to watch.
Check it out.
That one looks pretty good. 4K.
やばくないですか？ロマンですよね。
Otaku. We used to call fanatic fans of Japanese manga and anime as otaku. But nowadays, anyone with deep knowledge and obsession about anything they love are called otaku. And today, it is a way to praise his or her passion.
すごい
A little loud?
いいかっすね。
全部で600ぐらいかな。
600。
In this video, we are going to visit the room of otaku and see his passionate and exciting room in his life.
こんにゃくと
Those look like sausages.
使ったオリジナルソーセージ。
Let's go find out with Ken.
めちゃめちゃ人気。
The mango flavor's okay.
Shall we start the room tour of Otaku Room?
こんにちは。
じゃあどうも。
あです。
His name is Yuki. He's 39 years old. He's an owner of one of the hottest hot dog shops in Tokyo.
Oh, whoa.
His room is filled with his love and obsession. First, let's go find out what's in his study. Wait, there's something.
ここにデジタルパネルがあって、
デジタルパネルってのは
こう暗証番号で開くっていう。
ほー、なるほど。
そうなんです。
大事なものが入ってるから。
そうなんですね。僕一番好きなのが
Oh my
あ
god.
ー、なるほど。絶対奥様も入ったりはできないですか
できます。
Any stuff that's cool is allowed to be added to his collection.
Oh my god.
Let's go find
That's
out what's
amazing.
inside.
Well, there's still a window into the
Sneakers
room.
filling up the whole wall. Yes, he's an otaku of sneakers. He even got an interview from a newspaper.
すごい数のスニーカーっすね。
そうですね。ここには200
That's a lot of shoes.
ぐらいで、あとはなんかまあ
He wears them.
履かない分があって全部で
What's with the sexy lizard girl?
スニーカーはどういう風な基準で買うんですか。
ほんとスニーカーは売られてる定価以下で絶対買うっていう。
定価以下。
そうなんかまあ
It's hard to buy shoes cheaper.
なんか買うっていうのもすごいいいと思うんですよ、好きなもの。
He just wants as many as
な
he
ん
can
かあんま
get.
りそういうのしたくなくて、なんか人気があるから買うとかっていうの全然
Buy shoes because it's popular, not. But oh, he really wants
欲
them.
しいもの
I
で
see.
しか買わないっていう。
He's like a
Yuki's
connoisseur.
interest is not in the high ticket price. He collects within his monthly allowance and does not worry his family about his hobby. Yuki showed us one of the rarest sneakers out of his
This is
collection.
probably how he got connected with
From a
Ken.
famous movie you may also know.
バックトゥーザフューチャー2。
うん。
で、その主人公のマイケル・ジェイ・オックス、彼が未来に
These shoes are
入
amazing.
ってた靴があって、
うん。
でそれが一般向けに発売された
うん。
靴があって、これがその靴なんですけど、
バックトゥザフューチャーに出てた。
そうでこれが
これ今
まあ
USB に繋がってますけど。
そうそうこれまあ全部充電がこう磁石でできる感じ。こ
ほうほうほう。
What?
れチェックイットアウトですね。自動修例システム。
これでおいくらなんですか。
これで定価8万円ぐらい。
これをどうやって
Oh.
手に入れたんですか。
アメリカのオークションサイトで
うんうん
すげえ安く買ったっす。
うん。
This is another rare pair of sneakers, but he bought it much cheaper than its original price. Not only sneakers, but he's an otaku of the little ones who are gathering around the window in his room.
これが、
はい
ソフビっていう人形なんですけど、
はい。ソフビっていうのは何の略ですか。
ソフトビニール。大人になってからやっぱ集め出したんですけど、
うん
ほんと一個ずつ一個ずつ集めてって、で
What?
今なんかこの人形を自分
I'm trying to see if I recognize any of them. I mean, they just look like monsters.
Deep love made Yuki want to make his own original sofubi. His passion is taking him beyond the collections. Going deeper, there are another otaku world of Yuki here.
でこれが世界で一番
The lowest ceiling fan in the world.
シーリングファン。
Don't hit your head.
これ危ないですね。
危ないです。
Family living room. There are all kinds of real goods Yuki
House is nice,
a
man.
otaku collector.
House is real nice.
触れるところは結構本物というか、
なんかシートみたいなこ
そうじゃ
とじゃないっ
なくて
てことですか。
クロスじゃなくて、
うん。
これはサブウェイタイルって言ってニューヨークの地下で使われてるタイルですね。
He's kind of like an American otaku.
リオンっていう
リオン。
アメリカの小学校とか中学校とか高校にあるロッカーあるじゃないですか、よく
A little bit.
とかドラマとか出てくる、それで使われてるロッカーの会社ってこのリオンっていうところなんですけど、幼少期に見たなんか映画とかのドラマにすげえ憧れがあって、
うん。
By collecting and buying every single piece by himself, he has succeeded in cutting down the cost for fixing the interior design. It helped to lower the cost for the house in comparison to hiring a construction company.
これちょっと天井見てもらってちょっといいですか。
ちょっと待ってくださいよこれ。
これアメリカのレストランとかなんかアミューズメントパークとかで使われてたやつが
He just gets everything from America. You think he sits around in his house and he's like, man, it's so much cooler in America?
An influence from his mom made Yuki a big US culture lover. Loving this
Even his shirt is kind of like red, white, and blue.
universities in California and New York. After coming back to Japan, he started working in a restaurant industry. But one day, he
Show him the food and
decided
house prices. Yeah, he'd
to
never want to go, man.
continuous love to the States.
I mean, it's cool to like American culture.
One of the States'
We definitely have some cool things.
hot dogs.
Just don't go. It's not worth it.
秋さんのお店
店の名前は
ベルズ中目黒ホットドッグシェイク
His shop is in Nakameguro, one of the popular areas in Tokyo among young people. Just like his home, the place is filled with Yuki's love and passion. Their main menu is their hot dogs with original vegan sausage.
Vegan sausage?
Pork sausages. But
Oh, they got pork
customers
too,
who
okay.
came to his restaurant
Oh, hold on. I mean, that's mostly normal. I mean, 1,000 yen for a hot dog? I don't know, man. 350 yen, though, for fries and a shake? That's pretty good. Oh, no, it's 350 yen for a shake, 250 yen for the fries.
him idea to make these vegan sausages.
外国の方とかすごいよくいらっしゃってたんですよ。
大学の。
そうなんですよ。で、そういう方たちの中にどうしても宗教上豚食べれない人たちが多くて、じゃあこの豚をなんか牛とかチキンに変えれたらすごい変わるかなと思って試行錯誤して始めたのが今回のこの
I'm sure they're good. It seems like he makes them himself.
繋がってくるんですけど、ビーガンをやったことないから動物性タンパク質入れないんで、お肉も使えないんですよ。あとまあ卵とかミルクとかバターとか。じゃあ何するのかって言ったら、
Cognac?
とおからを使って
I mean, soy can be okay.
完成まで本当2年ぐらい。いや本当にもうずっと俺ん家でやってましたね。狂ったよね。でもやっぱその時間があってよかったなっていう。
Hot dogs filled with Yuki's passion. So, how does it taste, Ken?
めちゃめちゃ肉です。これマジでビーガン。
そうです。
うまっ。
Wow, that's
Anyone who
amazing.
is a big
He
junk
fooled Ken.
eater will surely be satisfied with his vegan sausages. This sausage was probably born out of his otaku mind and power.
うちの店ビーガン専門店じゃなくて、食べ物とかってすごいみんながこう平等にあるこの欲というか楽しむことだと思ってて、ビーガンの人もペスカタリアンの人もベジタリアンの人も普通にお肉食べる人もみんなが同じテーブルでワイワイ食事をして、まあお酒飲んだりお茶飲んだり時間を楽しむ場所を作りたいなと思ってこの店を始めたんですよね。
I guess I should probably move my bald head up
Anyone
to the
can
top of
enjoy
the
the
screen.
food from his shop, regardless of their
Covering some of the
background.
subtitles.
Same as his otaku collection, the spirit of his restaurant comes from Yuki's heart, full of love and passion. Thank you.
He's got the Michael Jackson hoverboard from Back to the Future. He might have a really good recipe. I just need to take a look at her again.
In Tokyo.
ああ、なるほど。で、そこで炒め。
I just want to see the part where she talks about the
Loving
caramel.
idol so much, Ayano decided to do the idol by herself without.
こんな感じでも自分の好きなものに囲まれて
I say Michael Jackson. Oh my
カレンダ
god.
ーに癒されてます。これも
Earnings and the size of the room are not the only measurements to know how happy the person is living. Looking at Ayano's life and her room, I learned how to keep peace inside me.
She's nuts, man.
Thank you for your time, Ayano.
She's definitely a little
何にハマっ
nuts.
てるんですか、この人。
Where's the kiosk? Oh, here we go.
よって言われたんですけど、
なるほどね。
Let's see what's inside the fridge.
冷蔵庫の中にはへこんだコーヒーが入っております。なんか得体の知れない飲み物
Shiranai nomimono.
も
何ですかそれ。
これ餃子サイダーって書いてあるんですけど、これはもう1年ぐらい手をつけれずにいてるんですよ。
I know you.
It looks like it's been open. No, it hasn't been open.
It's not a big room, but looks like she's having a great life here. And her bathroom.
こちらはですね、ユニットバスになっております。
She deserves a better life. To me, I think she's got it tough, but maybe she's happy. She might be happy. I was told you can find it in Chinatown. Maybe I'll try and go today or tomorrow. No on dual blades? I don't know if I want dual blades or greatsword. Might be a little bit safer. Regius doesn't have a lot of life anyways, right? So poison comparatively might be a little bit better. I don't really know how weak he is to poison. I'm assuming normal. Normal amounts. I'm sure it's night, right? Okay. Is there no day and night in this game? Did I like forget that? That's so lame. Was Ayano trying to become an idol? She sings, right? I remember there was one girl who was like able to live with her parents and just like get her hair cut and pose on Instagram. She was really living the life. That girl was... She was doing good. Stay with your parents. That's all I'm saying, man. That does not seem worth it. Find her? I think she's in Tokyo. There is day and night in this? Alright. Well, the girl that lived at home did have the weird rubber band therapy. She said it improves your circulation. Play Diablo 4. Nobody wants to watch that game, man. I'm sorry, dude. I mean, you do. I'm not going to deny you your feelings, but nobody else wants to watch that game. Especially at this point, my character is so, like, weak. You think it works, Noxella? You said it improves circulation, right? I think she would actually be a pretty cute idol, though. I mean, if people knew her story. How hard she was working? Oh, maybe people don't care. I mean, it seems like Ken comes down to Osaka fairly often. Even I won't support her. I'll buy her CD. And I will give her a bottle of caramel ice cream. I would do at least that much for her. I was in Tokyo. I was only in Tokyo for like a week. I didn't have enough time. I mean, apparently in even, like, good situations, being an idol is, like, not even, like, really... You don't get paid a lot. You, like, if you're really good, it doesn't matter. You share all the money with the other idols in your group. It's very difficult to be a solo idol. This Regios is terrible. Oh. Okay, I'm not running away. I'm not a coward. I need to shoot my weapons. And I'm going in this direction. Damaratus, hello, good afternoon. Or good evening. I don't know what time it is. Just seems like there's a lot of, like, it's, you know, nearly by default, it's exclusively young girls, right, in the idol industry. I just feel like it's really easy to take advantage of them. And they are taken advantage of. I'm just saying, like, you know, they're still, I mean, their brains are still developing. All aspiring idols use? Yeah, I'm sure it's almost entirely aspiring idols. What I want you to do in Diablo 4? Get more uniques. You finished the highest difficulty yet? Is the battle pass out? Probably use this wolf tomorrow, right? Maybe I could wait a little bit. Is that your mission? Yep. Get all of them. Am I buying EXO Content's Battle Pass? I don't even know what's on it. I was planning to play it off of Game Pass if there's not a bounty. There's almost definitely going to be paid sponsorships for it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't even see it. I thought he was still going for the cats. I was behind him. Thought I was behind him. Some dork's gonna buy it and pay to max it out. But, like, what? Isn't it entirely cosmetics? I mean, I know when I was playing Dragon Ball game, there were people that bought enough paid boosts to get the farmer like day one. It wasn't even that good. Was that you? That's sad. That's messed up. Was it worth it? You could dig. There were people that were like trying to max out their supers. That was really messed up too. I mean, technically, you would be stronger than people. I mean, there were elements of pay to win in that game. It wasn't significant, but it was there. I do not need that healing, thank you. I mean, those are probably the only people left, the people that sunk cost fallacy their way into spending $1,000 on the game and now just keep playing it as their main game. I mean, that's the way it is in a lot of gacha games, right? You just whenever they add PvP, it's just like whale wars in a lot of situations. I mean, that was launch when they changed Frieza blowing people. And it was a mistake. It was definitely a mistake. When and why did I get a haircut? It was a week ago. Why? Am I not allowed to cut my hair? It's an awful rude thing to tell someone. Stay in the hole and lotion your skin and never cut your hair. Is there PvP in Diablo Immortal? That's messed up if true. Oh, there's probably more people watching the game on Twitch. More than playing. That feels kind of bad. I guess I really got to time the blood wind, huh? I didn't even realize I was a demon. It's my Japan arc. Becoming a monk arc? No. I'm telling you, Exoprimal will be okay. Exoprimal's on Game Pass. And it's crossplay. The difference is like, is it going to be even as interesting to play as Breakers? And I don't know about that. I enjoyed that. I mean, the Breakers PvP was really well thought out. And then they started balancing things. I mean, day one was it at its best. And then, like, every time they buffed one thing, the response was rather than rolling back the buff, they just kept buffing more things. Oh, I need to mount him twice. What am I doing? The slave skills. I don't know the best way to get slave skills. I'm assuming it's a sub-quest reward. I'd rather not have to fight him twice. More cheap stock drops? Well, they've got more games. I mean, like I've said my piece on Street Fighter 6 and how I think sales are going to go a number of times. I mean, I'm assuming we're going to see Dragon's Dogma 2 this fiscal year. It's that or Monster Hunter. We're getting something in March. One or the other. You eating? Sex is a Switch exclusive? I gotta get a real job. I'm done streaming as a career. At least for a while. I'll come back. I'll come back in a couple of years. Come back in 2 or 3 years, but... all I'm saying is there's going to be a March game. There's going to be a fiscal quarter game. Fiscal year game. Whatever you want to call it. Will miss me? I'd still probably stream a little bit. I would just need a real job. I couldn't do it. Or I'd have to completely rebrand. We'd have to do something else. I can't. I've stretched the Laffy Taffy as far as I could. I'm fine if Monster Hunter 6 gets delayed and we get Dragon's Dogma instead for next year. It's like, whatever. But if there's no way it'll be another Switch game. But if it is another Switch game, like, I'm so done. Oh, I just got annihilated. Fine. Ken React streamer? There's only so much Ken. Same haircut now? When you touch your head, it's like you're touching my head. No, now is definitely not sex. I guess we do have other content, right? We've got now. We've got... Is there another mobile game coming out? Oh. The Palico puzzle game. Who knows what the hell's going on with that? Fall is barren? It's time for me to apply for an English teaching position in Japan and just wait it out here. Nano Diver streams. Have you ever seen a streamer just like deliberately kill his own channel by running terrible content? Just ran it right into the ground. This one! Oh damn it, I screwed that up again. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind being like a private Dreamcast streamer. Where do you go? Oh, you go into the cave. What am I, an idiot? I'm so dumb. 5. We're going to try the sitting room next time. I think I'm gonna like that better. They have the lay flat room, which makes me a little uncomfortable. I feel like people might like have sex in that room. It seems likely. Well, it's like got like a bed in it, kind of. If I can get a picture of it in the lobby, I'll send you a picture. Well, I'm saying this is definitely like a business room. Or a gamer room, at the very least. Oh, no, please. There's definitely something going on. The business prize Energinx and Gravure magazines. It's not really a Gravure magazine, to be honest with you. Like what you normally get is just manga magazines. You got to go onto the computer to get the good stuff. If you want nothing but lingerie models, you need to go on the computer. I sent Jen pic of a weird room. I did email her to tell her that everything was okay. She's got the only key. So I said, if everything is okay, I'm going to email you so as to not to wake you up. And then if everything is not okay, I was going to send her a Discord message because that'll make a noise. But if this is how it's going to be for a while, I might insist that we need like a second key made. Because it's a little inconvenient to be like a weirdo husband is hanging out 8 hours a day at an internet cafe and has to wait for me to let him in. Don't let him in. I know. Trying really hard for that mount. Please. Oh. Maybe we'll just spam it. I'm not gonna spam it. Because we're so close, we've hit so many times. Of a spare key? Well, yeah, I mean, if a key is lost, I'm sure there's more than just the key that they gave us, but we only have one key. It'd be nice if we had two. Spring pudding? Her favorite is the souffle pudding you can buy at the Family Mart. She loves it, man. It's good. It's got a little souffle cheesecake up top. So yeah, one slave skill from the carves. I just need one more from the wards, please. Please, I do not want to fight him again. Don't do this to me. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Please. Oh, thank you. Is it worth upgrading our Shigaru Insect Glaive? It's not even that much better once it's upgraded. I guess I guess it is pretty good. That's a lot of blue. Hiring Shigaru has got to be pretty tough, though, huh? Is he a key quest? Yep. We gotta kill him anyways. No, we just got a new ingredient. Anything new for me, buddy? Hmm. I wonder if we can change anything. I saw Lion's Maw got upgraded. That's the great sword, right? Nothing. A little sad. Speaking of sad, I just realized we have no meat. I guess I should probably start making nitro shrooms. That's kind of sad. I could have sworn it came around every now and then, but I don't see it. Oh, it was 95%. Come on. Oh. I think I can do it anyways. This weapon's fully upgraded. It's not like Shigaru takes good poison damage, but he's not that bad. Oh. Oh, that's so nice of them to start you off. I want to upgrade this weapon, and I want to use it to kill a Devil Joe. Please get out of the way in time. Ooh. I'm pretty sure we do take dragon damage. Although I don't know if that actually counts as dragon damage. Damn, dead. Dead. Just stepped on me. There, blue sharpness stayed up a little while. That's pretty nice. I think we'll be fine. That was a fluke. She's really messing Jeff up. Feels kind of scary when it's going through the pattern when it's grabbing something. Okay, well, if we're already getting the enrage, that's okay. Actually completely whiffed. Oh. We've got like a max push in it. Let's use it. I should probably start farming those. Now we got Wolf's Maw and Bloodwind up, okay. I just went away because I'm like, I'm gonna get toasted if I go straight towards that. I don't really remember, what is it, the spiral attack that dual blades get from the Generations Ultimate, right? It's almost gonna feel dirty to use that ability now. We'll have to start working on him, but it's like being stubborn about going right where he needs to go. Ooh. I'm definitely within a death range, I think. The range on him is actually, like, deceptively small. What actually killed me, though? That was with... No! That was with, What was with my max potion? I've already sunk cost 10 minutes into this quest. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's great. Let's charge up Wolf's Maw on the way. Yep. The nightmare. You're not enraged anymore? I mean, the subquest is kind of ass. I mean, having to get 2 mounts solo. That safety rock is not is not sticking around much longer. Did he destroy the ledge? Oh no, it's there. I should really not be standing like this. The bright side, it seems like we've got a lot of healing left. Please, why would he do it twice in a row? Thank you, Marco. It wasn't a big heal, but you know, it was better than nothing, I guess. I just gotta run around. Might be able to get one hit, one mount hit. I guess I should also probably upgrade my cats. They're still all using low rank stuff, and I haven't like checked their skills and abilities in a very long time. They also like Jeff looks depressed. He's like a sad cat. One thing that feels okay is he does keep consistently enraging. That was a cool hit. There are some aspects of GU that are really nice. I want to die here. I'm almost frenzied. Now I gotta be really careful. I'm gonna cry. We just kind of gotta wait it out a little bit. It's not too scary in the air, other than the dive. He didn't even fully dive. So lucky. He could have done the double one. Or maybe he only does that when he's enraged. It just is one move that doesn't have too much of a wind-up and he just goes straight forward. Feels really bad. I'm playing Final Fantasy on Thursday. I don't have my PlayStation 5 with me now. Unless I find a affordable way to rent a PS5. But even if there was, like, they're probably all going to be sold out in Japan for rental. Like, I'm not going to, like, buy a PS5. I already have one. And I don't want another one. I barely even want the one that I have. We're definitely gonna have to mulberry this. This game is so much harder than, like, when you're not using Valor Greatsword. This game is significantly more difficult. Seen all the Primo in Japan. There was a big display at the big camera, but I haven't seen, like, too much. I see like more like mobile game stuff in like Akihabara. We're like so stubborn right now, like we refuse to die. I just end up making those healing items soon, rather than the cheers. No stamina. No stamina. We've got SP. We're healing a little bit. Is there like no safe spot under his grundle anymore? I thought there was a safe spot under the grundle. Maybe that's only in Rise? Is my brain that broken? No! Oh, thank God. Oh, it's so hard. It's probably time to upgrade from low rank Rathalos, but I want to see if I can make it to G rank with this gear. I'm assuming there's something decent in G1. What a pain in the ass. So we downloaded a couple games from the Steam Next Fest. I think that actually destroyed my modem where I'm staying. Like, it shouldn't have. It shouldn't have had any effect at all. So we'll probably do a little bit more, but then I wanna check those out. I think we should probably kill Devil Joe. Upgraded Insect Laver, no. Just get the Power Talon. Attack +4 with a 1 slot isn't bad. Technically, that's a 3 slot, right? Because attack +5 is a 3 slot. How hard is it going to be to upgrade? I mean, it should only be one more, right? All right, we'll do it one more time. I think the issue is I kept trying to roll into his ground slam, and you just can't do that. You gotta go back. Let's check these guys out too. Interesting. What about normal Gypseros? Oh, Hyper's a lot better. Saltus is pretty good, though, just for raw. Durham is insane. Oh, that's melee. Guess it's only green, but... I think it still wins. I mean, with the extra defense... It just wins. I have no idea what I want to use. Altus Queen? One is Jeff again. Man, they look miserable, dude. They do not look happy. He's got the boomerang skill now. I should have probably had that for a long time. Don't need the monster mind skill. Well, the trampoline might actually be okay. Health horn. I have no idea which one's better. I might just leave them this way. Let's get him some better armor as well. They're gonna look like little goblins, but I kind of like that look. Nothing. Okay. Little afraid, but I think we'll be all right. We got through it once. And it was really the slams that got us. It really wasn't anything else. So far, like, things that we've eaten. We've gotten sushi, carousel sushi, yakiniku, Chinese food, curry buns. I saw a place that was selling Korean, and I thought that might be interesting to try Korean food in Japan. It's got to be okay. A little dangerous for Jen. Sometimes fried chicken will give her an upset stomach, but might be worth the risk. I'm gonna wait for Jen to take off before I go to a ramen place, because, like, she definitely cannot eat it. There was one time in New York, I guess it could have been food poisoning, but we got like good ramen, and it was delicious. She loved it. But it, like, destroyed her gallbladder. Like, she didn't need surgery, but she claims 5 hours on the toilet. She was very close to believing that she needed actual medical attention. So I'm going to be here for a while. Noxel will be here before you know it. You know, I'll go for ramen with him. You know what I mean? There'll be plenty of time to get ramen. Probably my favorite meal. Probably favorite 2 meals so far. I'll just do top 3. There's a yakiniku place in Osaka that's actually like a little bit of a chain. It's like quick, tasty, affordable. I forget the exact name. That's like their tagline. That place had a great lunch specials. Chinese chain place? I thought their food was great. For being like a franchise, like that food was real good. And then there's a curry place. I mean, just katsu, classic katsu curries. It's just really good. Zundo Ya? I'll look into it. How much did Street Fighter 6 sell of Diablo 4? Oh, Diablo 4 probably sold more than Street Fighter 6. I don't know. I don't know that if their full sales numbers out yet for either of those games, but there's still people out there that think of Blizzard as like the best video game company in the world and will buy everything that they make. Not that I'm on to talk. I bought the game. I bought the damn thing. Like me? Yeah. Well, look, I didn't even install Overwatch 2, which is apparently even more Overwatch 1. That's kind of, the immunizer's a little nice. I paid for the $20 like Turbo Butt Boy edition of Diablo 4, and like I've barely played the game. My issue is like I've played for like the last 10 hours, and like my build has not changed at all. They removed more content than they added. Tremendous. I was an Overwatch 1 enjoyer, I'll admit it. I would make bot rooms where the bots had infinite health unless you shot them in the head. Did I beat the story? No. I think I'm like on Act 3. I'm getting somewhere, but especially now that I'm gonna be like packing up my computer every day. Diablo 4 support a streamer thing was very successful. I'm sure it was great for the streamers that got on it. I didn't know anyone on that list. They didn't have Moon Moon or Asmongold. I'm fine if they didn't have me. I mean, I would love to have been on it. It will be interesting though to see if that's like more commonplace. Cause like the Diablo, or sorry, the Capcom charity stream was like the first time I've really seen that. $10,000 gifted subs? I'm gonna crap my pants right now. Hold on, excuse me as I just fully unload in this bucket seat. I'm not gonna be allowed back into this building again. How many did you say? 10,000 gifted subs? So, very happy for her. Time to open up. Even Shigaru was ready to open me up, man. Some people are just really generous. I mean, yes, I'm sure some people gifted more subs than they needed, but for the most part, what you're getting is people that are just donating the 2 subs that they need to get the bonus stuff. And there's nothing wrong with that. Got the battle bucket? Dude, I've got everything I need in this room. That's not true. I'm out of energy drink. 10,000 gifted subs. Woo! It's crazy. You don't keep it. That's stimulus money. Invest it wisely. That's all I'm going to say. Invest in muscle dollars? Wise. I should have groveled more? Grovel to who? For what? I didn't even know it was a thing until it happened. There was probably like some like obscure page where you could have applied. Or maybe it was beta 1 grovelers. I need to mount you. I've attracted an oil prince. There was a guy in stream once that was asking if I would do a private oil rig only stream. How much did he say? $100,000 or like $10,000? Get murdered on an oil rig? Oh yeah. No, I mean, if I wasn't a skin suit, I would at the very least need physical and mental therapy. My butthole would never be the same. Go front a building Capcom Hole was signed for Mega Man Legends 3. We just got, what do we get? We got Mega Man Battle Network. That is so sad. Oh wait, it's still there. How many uses you get out of that trampoline? You don't like that one? I think it's okay. It does some interesting things. I just died again. Same move. Oh, now I gotta be a little baby. Oh, no. I gotta grovel in the corner. I don't know if I've done more damage or less damage than last time. I don't know why I made that. There was no reason to make that. I mean, Mega Man games, they've made a ton of them. They've never really sold that much. Like, they're obviously cult classics. But if they stop making them, it's probably because people weren't playing them. As sad as that is, and it is sad. Kingdom Hearts Chains of Memories? It's a weird game to get into. But it's not bad. The remake, or remaster, whatever you want to call it, is kind of interesting. Damn. How we die again. I'm rage quitting this game right now. Go check out some of those demos I downloaded for the next fest. No, I died. I got squished. I gotta get more I gotta get more armor stairs. Washed up. Look, I'm not in my prime condition here, okay? I'm in a little box. It smells like tobacco and maybe a little bit of semen. Neither of which were produced by me. In a strange environment. Energy drink might be wearing off. How do you know what semen smells like? I just associate it with you. There were 2 games we downloaded. Where are they? We at least went up a hunter rank, which, you know, that's something.